Fine. So this is your first set for verbal ability TCS question. These are real TCS question, and it starts with a passage first, and you can see the length of the passage, right? So question 1 and 2 actually deals with the passage. I want you all to read the passage very carefully because it will be displayed only once. So give your time, read it very carefully, start reading, and then I'll display you the questions. Are you done with reading the passage? So I'm displaying the questions now. Focus for question 1 first. See the question. Now, do you think you will be able to answer these kind of question without reading it? Fine, I'm displaying question number 2 now. I believe done by now. Over with question 1 and 2. Shall we proceed further? All right. Check for question 3 now. Now this is called as clause test. Fine. This is how it will be given. A passage will be given with blank 1, blank 2, and in blank 1, 4 options, blank 2 again 4 options. You have to select the right option. Sorry. I believe done with question 3 now. Question 4 is also a clause test. Check for question 4. This is actually pathless. I believe done by now. So three blanks are given. I mean, two blanks are given and three options are given. Yes, I'll reveal the answers, but not immediately now. Once I finish one set, then only. Not now, immediately. That's what I'm asking you to write the answers so that you can compare how much you are scoring later. You have to evaluate for yourself. Check for question number 5. Another passage. So the observation is TCS asks lot of parajumble and passages, students, right? So that means time consuming. You have to really think fast and answer accordingly. And one good news is that they repeat their questions. So if you keep practicing the questions, then chances are that repetitions will be there. I'm just scrolling little down. I believe at least the first part you have finished reading. All right, I believe you have read by now. I'm not going as per time constraint because I want you to adapt with the questions first. So set 1 is regardless of any timing, okay? Now look for the questions. This is your question 5 and question 6. Try attempting them. I believe done by now. Scrolling down for question number 7. Still the continuation of the passage only. Scrolling down for question number 8. Okay. I believe you have done till 7 now. Question 8 is also a continuation of the same passage. So the good thing in this, if more questions are asked student, so you can see that what happens if you invest say 30 60-second time in reading passage, and then your other questions you are able to answer, right? So each question, remember I said each question carries is 60 seconds or 1 minute time, and if you invest time in reading the passage and followed by that you have four questions from one passage, means you get 4 minutes again and again, you need not have to read, right? So this time you can accumulate and invest it in other questions, which will be your class test or parajumble. This is how you have to invest. Okay, so check for question number 8. Moving to question 9. Again, see, so many questions they ask from one passage only. So how nicely you can invest the time then. Check for question 9. Done, right? So let's move to another part of the question, which is question 10, and this talks about your clause test. Okay, just a second, just arrange it. So you can see they are asking pretty lengthy questions. So again, here two blanks are there. Fine. And with that blank, they are giving you three options. These are the three options. You first read it and then I'll display the options. I believe you are done with question 10 now. So I'm scrolling down to question number 11. This is fill in the blanks. I mean, this also falls under actually clause test, but it is more like finding the related to grammar. Okay, it's not 100% clause test. This is related to grammar part. So you have to find out this. I believe you are done by now. Question 11. Scrolling down for question 12. Now this is called as spotting the error. Right? There will be some grammatical mistake. So you need to identify. Again, these are all grammar based. Spotting the error, you have to identify the mistake in the given line. This is your statement. Alright, so where is the mistake? You have to find that. They broke the statement into three parts, and one option they kept as no error. So this is a pattern that they ask. Okay. I believe done by now. Next question number 13 talks about parajumble. So what happened here in Parajumble, what they did is they gave you four blank kind of statement. And what they have done is they have logged your statement one, which is the opening statement or the introductory statement, and they have given you the conclusion wala statement, right? This may be concluding statement or this may not be concluding statement, this may be before the concluding statement, but what I mean to say is they have given you statement number 1 and they have given you the last statement. Now you have to find out what should be there in statement 2 and statement 3 out of the three options PQR. So PQR they have given as three statement. Out of this, two statement will be placed either in S2 or S3, and the combinations are given as PQ, RQ, QP, QR. So you have to find out which will go as S2, which will go as S3. Fine. I believe done. Question 13. scrolling down to question 14. Now this is again an interesting thing. This falls under sentence rearrangement, right? Or sentence improvement. So what happened here? One sentence is given. You can see this. I'm bold. I'm making it bold one. Now, this is grammatically correct. No problem with this sentence. What it has asked is this particular sentence, you are going to revise it to a better kind of sentence. It should sound, or it can be written in another form, which is again grammatically correct, and it has given you four options. So you need to read the four option and find out which statement is grammatically correct and can also be considered as a better one, better choice of sentence improvement. So you're just improving the sentence, that's it. I believe you are done with this question number 14. I'm scrolling down to question 15 now. Okay. So here it says, which of the following sentences does not use informal language? Now it talks about, it is asking you, so which sentence is using a formal language in an indirect way? So you have to read the four options and you have to find out which is that statement which is the most formal kind of statement. All right. So read the four and find out which option sounds to you as the formal statement. So there will be certain words, right, which gives us the feel of that this is informal. This should not be spoken in professional life. So that is how you need to figure it out. All right, moving to the next question. Question number 16. Now this is again something that talks about the grammar part. So you need to identify the questioning pattern that we ask, right? That the lady dash purse was lost lodged a complaint at the police station. So which of these mentioned options should be the right appropriate one here? You need to figure that out. I believe done. It's easy one. Now look for question number 17. Again a clause test. So two blanks are given and you need to figure out which will be the right option. All right? Easy one this also. I believe done by now. Moving to question number 18. Another clause test, students. Check this out. Finished? Moving towards the next one. Question number 19. This again talks about spotting the error. The highlighted statement is this, and you need to figure out whether there is any error here. If so, which is the statement? If no, then go with the no error option. I hope I'm not very fast because this is first set, so I'm going little slow in this. Done by now? Moving to question number 20. So it's called as phrasal verb. What happened here? A verb statement is there followed by a preposition added to it. So when two words of different parts of speech they come together, one is verb, one is some other parts of speech, then it is called as phrasal verb. All right. So these kind of combinations are also present. So you can see question number 20 is a phrasal verb. Verb along with some other parts of speech. You need to identify which option will be the correct one to put it in the blank. I hope done. Question number 20. Moving forward to question number 21. Again, a parajumble came here, right? So statement 1, introductory, and the so-called concluding statement is logged here, and you need to figure out which all statements should be there for your S2 and S3 from PQR options provided. I believe done by now. So 21 questions were there in your set 1, and then let's discuss this questions answers first, and then we'll move to question set 2. Fine. And once you come across the answers, be honest and do let me know about your scorings. Fine, very important. So that you evaluate, are you able to, I mean, where are you? How much more preparations needed? So let's begin with question number 1. So this passage is mainly about, in gist, it is asking you the summary of this passage, the central theme of the passage. 4 options are given. Can I get quick responses? What was your choice for question 1? Which option you guys have written? Please drop it in the chat box. Hurry up fast. For question 1, what was your choice? Yes, students, I am waiting for your response. Why my screen not showing? Very good. Many of you have chosen the right option. Very good. I am getting responses. So the right option is actually C. Those who run smaller retail shop. So this who and the people who have selected other options, please, you have to read very very carefully. Make sure that you are giving time, because generally TCS pattern, minimum 2 questions will come from one passage. So consider 2 minutes time given for one passage, right? This is how you have to be calculative. So if 2 minutes time given for one passage means you are investing 60 seconds or little longer time in reading the passage, go slow in reading so that your brain can understand each word that it is reading. It has to analyze. Comprehend means understanding, analyzing. So read slow, allow the brain to understand what it means, and then believe me, if you follow this process you need not have to look back again for the answers, right? So people who are selecting different options other than C, please follow this for the other sets. Okay, now quickly drop me question for answer for your question 2. What was your answer for question 2? What is the significant measure that stores are trying to adopt out of the 4 options? Very good. Yes, I got good responses. So the right answer is actually automation. So people who are writing, who are correct with their answer, give yourself one mark. Later you will be sharing your scores also with me. All right. Moving to question number 3, clause test. Which option you go with for clause test? For question 3. Which combination you select for clause test? Wonderful. So only one person is mostly responding. What about others? I got okay, fine. Yes, I'm getting it. Good, good, good. So the right answer is 1B and 2A. I hope it's clear. 1B. 1B talking about working in 1B is largest industries. 1B, sorry, 1B is hazardous industries. So the children, they are working in hazardous industries, plus the 2A, plus the lowest number of children's 2A. 2A is largest, sorry. So hazardous and largest number of children who are forced to earn a living, right? Very practical thing. This is from where our president also came. She was into child labor. If you know about our honorable president of India, All right. Question number 4. Let's move to question 4. Again, a clause test. Can I get responses for this as well? Pretty lengthy one, this. So for this, the first blank will be of 1A. First blank is of A. So in her 50th solo show with acrylic and oil on canvas painting. So this is her first, this is the first blank, whereas the second blank is C. She painted for the International Women's Day, right? Not B. B is out of question. So for the first blank it's A, and for the second blank it is C, right? Moving to question number 5. Again, I mean 5 to 9, which is again dealing with another reading comprehension. I hope you have read the reading part, the passage. So I'm just moving directly to the question. May I get responses for question 5? Which of the following is not a scar of the pandemic? Not a scar. And not has been highlighted so that it shouldn't get missed out. Yes, students, can I get responses, please? Okay. Absolutely correct. No. Till now, are you all writing A for this? The right answer for 5 is B, option B. Putting finishing touches of festive decoration was actually not the scar of pandemic. Putting finishing touches to festive decoration, option B is the correct option, not a scar. Read the thing properly. Not has been highlighted with the capital letters. So not a scar of pandemic. The right option is B, 5B. Moving to question number 6. May I know your responses for question 6? Which businesses will not continue to prosper? The right answer is A, department stores. So for question 6, the right choice is department stores. I hope you have read the passage carefully. What unpleasant announcement will the chairman have to make to the employees? Question 7. What unpleasant announcements will the chairman have to make to the employees? The right option is B, that they will not get their annual bonus. I repeat, for question 7, the right option is B, that they will not get their annual bonus. Moving to question 8. How do we know that John Lewis had been in prosperous business prior to the COVID pandemic? Question 8. The right choice. Can I get right responses, please, for question 8? The right option for question 8 is B. They paid an annual bonus for 67 years. They paid an annual bonus for 67 years is the right choice. 8B is the right option. And the last question from the passage. Which one of the following expressions from the passage means losing money? Very important point. Again, this is more or less like as an idiom or phrase, we call it, right? So it's a phrase, example of phrase. The right option is option D, in the red. We always use no red flags means danger zone. So in the red is also relatable here. In the red, option D, question 9, which means losing money, losing money is your in the red, option D. Now let's move to question number 10, which is again a parajumble, sorry, clause test. My screen not visible for question 8? I'm already sharing, no, my screens. Question 8, question 9, done. Moving to question 10 now, the clause test. Two blanks are there, and the right option is 1C. For the first blank, Lucia, before Lucia or different challenges, that part will have 1C. For a start, Arki was late for the meeting by about 15 minutes because of technical problems. So for the first blank, it is C, and for the second blank, it is 2A. Second blank, it is A. Nobody had their cameras on, so there was none of the usual communication through body language or facial expression. Without these visual clues, Aisha had no idea whether people were interested, lost, confused, or bored. Okay, I hope it's clear and this is making sense also. So, for the first blank, it's C, for the second blank, it's A. Moving to question number 11. Fill in the blanks with the appropriate kind of set of words. Question 11. The right answer option is A. What did the painter do to save himself from failing? To save himself from failing when he felt the ladder beginning to slip. Option A. Beginning to slip, he grabbed the gutter to save himself from failing. Clear? So already the first part, if you read clearly, then you will get this answer is already mentioned there, right? So these kind of tricky things also you need to identify. So this is question number 11. The right option is A, to save, and the second part will be about beginning to sleep. Moving to question number 12. Which part of the sentence below may contain error? So it is the second part of the sentence. Option B. Every life have become no. Every life, everyday life. Life here becomes, this is called as subject verb agreement. So life here will be considered as the noun or as the subject which is in the singular form, and therefore has will come. Have, has, these are auxiliary verb, right? And with the singular form of subject, singular form of verb has to come, and therefore life signifies as a singular form, and so has to come, not have. Okay, this is an example of subject verb agreement mistake. So your option B, everyday life, not have, has become, is the right option. Moving to question number 13, parajumble. So statement 1 says Gandhi does not reject machinery as such, and statement 4 says what he objects is to the craze for machinery, not machinery as such. You have to identify which statement should come as statement 2 and statement 3, right? Out of the combination given, your right choice is question option B, R and then Q. So your statement number 2 will be R. Gandhi observes, how can I be against machinery when I know that even this body is a most delicate piece of machinery? That becomes your statement second, because it is related to Gandhi's opinion about machine, which is an important and valid point. That's the reason why it has come as statement 3. I mean statement 2, and then statement 3 is your Q, and adds. That means it is adding more value to the already given statement 2. So and adds that the spinning wheel is a machinery, a little toothpick is a machine, followed by the statement 4. I hope I'm clear. So so therefore option B is the right one, R and Q. Moving to question number 4. Again, you have to rearrange this, or rather, sentence improvement. Already it is correct. Only thing it has asked that revise it or improve the sentence. And therefore, for question 4, the right option is D. I got lost at the fair and was scared. So it is making the sentence a little shorter by removing one and two I. Everywhere I not needed. So this first person was indicated only once. At the beginning, I got lost at the fair and was scared. Therefore, my sentence became shorter as well as grammatically correct. So for question 14, D is your right answer. Let's move to question number 15 now. Not use informal language means it is using formal language. And the right option is option number C. We shall endeavor to inform you of the position in 2 weeks' time. Shall, this word itself says that I am very official word, right? Endeavor is again giving you an indication I am also quite a professional word. Inform you, inform talks about I am very polite kind of word, right? So three very polite words are used, very professional words are used, and this is the appropriate answer for your formal language. Whereas did you locate our office quite easily? Quite here talking about not so formal, right? We often go, are you quite well, right? So quite talks about little informal touch is there. You will be working with different managers during your training, so this again sounds very direct kind of thing. And D, is there anything else you want to ask me? Again, this is also very direct kind, and this can go informal also. So the right appropriate politeness statement is present in your option C. That's why it is called as formal language. Okay. 15, C is the right one. Let's move to 16. Now the lady option B, whose, right? We often write this whose as this form also. I'm writing here and I hope you can see. So we often write it in this form, but if it is not written in this, then the appropriate way of writing whose is option B, WHOSE. Whose purse was lost, lodged a complaint at the police station. So 16, option B is the right one. Moving to question number 17, again a clause test. A lengthy one again. So in this, the right choice is 1A. The first statement will have A. So that picture was about the man. The man in the photograph was unsmiling. He was not smiling, but his eyes were kind. So this describes the man in the picture, and followed by the second blank will be C. One evening when I was looking at the picture, as I always did before I went to sleep, I noticed a shadow across the man's thin face. Right? So this gives some kind of goosebumps. Right? So this is what it talks about. So the right answer is option 1 will be A and 2 will be C. So option A is the right choice. Let's move to question number 18. Again a clause test, and this is again an easy one. 1C, that is astronomer. Very important terminology. Astrologer is Jyotish. Astrologist related to their study. Uh, and astronaut is something who goes in the space, where astronomer not needed that they will go into the space. The people who deal with stars and moons, observing them, they are called as astronomer, who study astronomy, right? So the right option is 1C, and the second blank will have your option D, 2D, favorite. So astronomer, favorite. Therefore option first one, 1C, 2D is your right option. Moving to question number 19. Again, finding the error in this statement, spotting the error. The right answer is B. This statement has got no error at all. It is appropriately grammatically correct. The board announced that the decision to reduce the syllabus is yet to be approved by the competent authority. Right? And the competent word is very appropriate here. Right? So it has got no option. Question 19, option B is the right one, no error. Moving to the phrasal verb question, question number 20, the right option is broken up. We also say a break up. So in the past form of that, past participle, broken up will be the right word. The final report on the project was broken up into three parts. Right? Phrasal verb this is. And the last one, again a parajumble for question number 21. I hope you are checking your answer and you are dropping also. I need your scoring. So question number 21. The right option is option number D. D, where it is P and Q. So your statement 2 will be P. Statement 1 says, once upon a time an ambassador came to see the king of Sparta on some official business, followed by your option why P? Because P here introduces the ambassador. Here ambassador is the major noun, and then King Sparta is the minor noun. So here, and the entire central theme, central idea lies in statement 1. So that's the reason why statement 1 becomes statement 1, because it talks about the central theme of the entire story. And then who is the important person? Ambassador is the important person here. So the ambassador knew that the king of Sparta was also really the ruler of entire Greece, and so he expected to see massive walls around the city for purpose of defense. So it is talking more about the ambassador's observation, right? So that's the reason why this became the important statement as statement 2, followed by statement 3, which is your Q. You are looking at the walls, 10,000 men, and every man is a brick. So it is giving more about the second important event, that the wall was there, and that's the reason why Q came into picture. And then, but he found nothing of that kind. So something must be there as statement 4, but we can't do anything because the examiner has already closed the statement by putting a confirm kind of statement, that statement 4 is given from their side, so we cannot change or replace statement 4. Okay, therefore your right option is P and Q. For question 21, the right option is option D, which is PQ. Can I get your scorings, please, student? How much you have scored out of 21? What's your scoring? Are you happy with your scoring? Is it falling as cutoff 60 or 65 like that? Yes or no? I got only two people dropping down their scores. Why? Very good. So you need to improve. I appreciate your honesty. Fantastic. So I will be sharing the next set. Practice more, student, and this time I will be little faster because I have many more sets to um, share. The more you practice, the more your chances of getting similar kind of questions, or I mean the pattern is similar anyways, the chances of repeatability will increase. Actually, you will see in the upcoming sets how many repetitions are there. Okay, so that's the reason we will be doing little faster from now onwards. All right, so you have to really increase your speed now. Okay, so just give me a second, I'll just scroll down. I hope my screen still visible to you because I have not stopped sharing my screen. All right, so we are moving to set 2. Please mention in your next part that is this set 2. Again, set 2 has got parajumble, right? And these are your options. I'm really sorry, the options are uh, not coming up properly. So again, S1 is logged and S4 is logged. So you have to find out in between which will be your statement 2 and which will be your statement 3. Please have a look and quickly write down your answer. I believe done by now. Moving to question number 2. Now this is about preposition. Two blanks are given and you need to find out which preposition will be appropriately placed, which option. And also simultaneously I want you to check for question number 3. Statement is given, you have to spot the error. I believe you are done with question 2 and 3. Scrolling down for the next one, check question number 4, again a parajumble. Statement 1 and 4 are logged. So this is the pattern that TCS follows. Okay, they log your statement 1 and statement 4. In between, statements are jumbled. I believe done by now. Scrolling down for next question. Question number 5. Again, same, which will be the appropriate questioning pattern or the W wala theme that has to come up. So first finish question 5 and then I'll scroll for question number 6. Now read the passage, student. I'm scrolling down for question number 6. I'm scrolling it a little down so that you can read the entire passage. So I'll just tell you about TCS pattern. They generally give lengthy passages as compared to other placement drives. But the good thing is that with that passage they will ask 2, 3, 4 questions, which is this is not the case with other placement drives. They give critical, I mean short and very tough passage with 1 or 2 questions only. I believe you have read by now, scrolling a bit down for your questions. All right? Check for question number 6. 6 as well as 7. I believe you are done with question 6 and 7. So scrolling down for the next one, check question number 8. See, with that lengthy passage, how many questions are coming? So somebody asking me to reduce the size actually. If I do that, then students say that ma'am increase the size. It's not readable. So that's the reason why I have kept 100%. All right, I believe you are done with question number 8. So all the passage questions are over. Let's move to question number 19, which again talks about your grammatical error found, finding the error in the given part, right? So just a second, I'll highlight this. Fine, and these are the options given. So you need to identify where is the mistake actually. I believe done. You could identify the mistake. Scrolling down for question number 10. So fill in the blanks with multiple blanks over here and find the appropriate word. Moving to question number 11, students. So this says that the following sentence pair can be combined into a single statement. So again, it talks about your sentence improvement, right? Choose the sentence that best combines the two sentences without changing the meaning. So this is your given sentence, and you need to find from the option which is best fitted one. I believe you are done with this. Check for question number 12 now, and then we'll start for the answers of this set. Again, this is asking you the formal language for the given passage. All right. Are you done with this? Shall we start discussing the answers now? So only 12 questions from set 2 as of now, right? So out of 12, how was your scoring? Do let me know about that, and then we will start with set 3. The more you practice, students, the more chances of getting the similar kind of questions, or in fact similar questions, increases. So you become familiar because I'm also telling you the answers, right? So for question number 1, set 2, Parajumble. Some of the earliest currencies were objects from nature. This is your statement 1. Whereas statement 4 says they were similar in size, small, and durable. So we need to find out of PQR which can become my statement 2 and statement 3. Right? So the right option is A. Option A means Q will be your statement 2 and P will be your statement 3. Let's understand why. Q says that a notable example. So the central theme is indicated in our statement 1. Some of the earliest currencies were objects from nature. So now we got the idea. Okay, this particular statements, they are going to talk about earliest currencies. the natural kind of earliest currencies, right? So followed by that, if I look for Q option, why I have selected A as the option Q. A notable example is, so this gives me the first, so this is a pattern which is called as from general moving to specific. There are 5 patterns in parajumble. Okay, post lunch I will tell you about details about parajumble, because lot of questions are asked in parajumble. So I'll just give you a quick briefing, right? Why you need to I mean, you have to understand the styles of parajumble. So this falls under the category or the pattern of the statement which is from your general to specific. So the first statement is a very general kind of statement, and then the second statement talks about your specificity. It is giving me one example of the corn shells. That's the reason why. So I'm narrowing down my choice, right? So second example talks about an example or explanation. So a notable example is corn shells first used as money about 1200 BCE, right? And why P came as your third statement? Because that says although. Now this is called as a transitional word, right? Very important. Words like although, moreover, therefore, these words when come along with your statement, so they will tell you that I am somewhere before your concluding statement, right? So you have to identify the words, where are they. Additionally talks about that I am giving more point to the already above mentioned point, right? These are certain kind of words that speak to you. You have to understand that. So P says that although they may seem a pretty random choice, the shells have a number of advantages. So this gives me an idea that this has to come as a third statement. And what was there in R actually? Counterfeiting dates to the invention of money, right? So this could have been either your statement 4 or the concluding statement. Actually this is rather a concluding statement, confiding dates to the invention of money, or this can also become as your statement 1. Now these people, they have removed your first statement and they have kept it as your some other statement as your statement 1, right? Maybe some of the earliest currencies should have been statement 2, but these examiners, they do not want you to come up with the exact introduction, and that's the reason they have kept your statement 2 as statement 1. Okay, R would have been your statement 1 actually. So the last statement, they were similar in size, small and durable. That's the reason why your option A, Q and P comes as the choice for question number 1. Okay, let's move to question number 2. This is again a preposition part. So question 2, the right option is A. As it was his first job, Abhishek threw himself into. So, completely submerged, completely into something, right? Completely drained into. So, completely submerged. So, he threw himself into it with a lot of enthusiasm. So, along with that, he's carrying lot of enthusiasm. That's the reason why with came into picture, and into talks about completely getting involved in that activity. All right, so your question 2, A is the right choice. Now question number 3, spotting the error. The error wala statement is actually statement number D. Since sunrise to sunset, we don't say, right? Since is something which talks about a longer duration of time. So probably since these many years. So there that time since comes into picture. Otherwise from sunrise to sunset, when shorter duration of period of beginning to ending, when we have to talk about, then we go from with a state word with preposition word with from, right? So from will be the right option here. I mean, from should come instead of since. Therefore the mistake is since. D option. 3D option is the error wala statement. Now again moving to question number 4, a parajumble one. Here, the option is A, RP. Now let's understand why. It talks about statement 1 talks about 8 months ago it was business as usual at the cafe. So it was a business as usual at the cafe. It talks about some sort of business, and that's the reason it has come up as your statement 1. Now why option A? A says R and P, whereas the closing statement says I checked the miniature circuit breaker and realized it had tripped. What is there in PQR? Let's investigate that also. Around 6 in the evening, there was fluctuation and the lights went off. I pulled the miniature circuit breaker, switch back, and it was fine again. And then R says that the days were warm and so the air conditioner were full in force. Now you have to look back to your statement 1, which says 8 months ago it was a business as usual as the cafe. Then comes your R. So it is talking about a usual day, a normal day, and the writer is still continuing with that part. That's the reason why R came into picture. So he's talking about some past event. The days were warm and so the air conditioners were in full force. So again, from general, I'm moving to a little going deeper, explaining further what happened in the event. That's the reason why R came into picture. Followed by after, so what happened? ACs were in full force, something, some event must have happened. Then comes your P into picture. Around 6 in the evening there was fluctuation and the lights went off. So this was the problem causing statement after the above two statements. So that's the reason why this is pointed out as third statement. And then the solution arrived that I checked the miniature circuit breaker and realized it had tripped. So this becomes your last statement because they found the major problem where it was, right? So this talks about, and further if I continue, then Q will be coming after S4 as S5 statement, right? So he found out that it has tripped. Then what he has done? Then he has done the step Q, but Q is not needed here. We only have to find out S2 and S3. So your right option is R and P. Question 4A, right? Moving to question number 5. Now the candidate again. Here your right choice is B, whose. Instead of writing that kind of whose which I have shown you just before, we have to go with the option B. This is the right way of writing whose, right? Whose certificates the office could not verify. So option 5, I mean question 5, option B is the right one. Next, passage given for question number 6 to 8. So question number 6, the right option is C. I hope you have read it, right? So which statement is correct according to the passage? The right option is pandemics keep occurring periodically. It's written, it's mentioned in this statement, and therefore this statement is the correct statement. Moving to question number 4, in the fourth paragraph, which pandemic is the author referring? So when you go and read back the fourth paragraph, first, second. So the right option for the fourth paragraph is your option A, an unknown one. The person doesn't speak, I mean doesn't indicate um, any kind of specific part, any kind of an astonishing rock gallery of deadly pathogens. So doesn't speak about actually which is the pathogen or which is the kind of disease, right? So it talks about an unknown one. Question number 8. The right choice for question 8 is option A again. What does the writer imply that we should do? We should be vigilant about hygiene and health issues. So this was the prime concern, right? So it implies, the writer implies about option A. 8A is the right choice. Next, moving to question number 9, which talks about finding the error in the question, the right answer is option A. A high-end machine was inaugurate. No, was inaugurated. It talks about the past form, right? Was is the past auxiliary verb, and therefore the past form of verb will come here, which is a d. Ed will join with the inaugurate, right? Moving to question number 10. Question number 10 talks about select the most appropriate option to complete the sentence. So the appropriate combination of the word is B. It was quite a new experience for me to attend a Zoom meeting, so I planned for it carefully because it was a new experience, a first experience. So carefully word has to come there, right? So this was quite easy, appropriate. And next, moving to question number 11. Again, it talks about the sentence improvement, grammatically correct without changing the meaning. So Nikhil researched the topic well, full stop. He was able to do his viva was well. So this talks about, we can replace, I mean, we can rearrange this or improve this statement as option C. Nikhil researched the topic well, therefore. So this talks about cause and effect, because he was able, so the cause is uh, Nikhil researched the topic well, therefore he was able to do his viva voice. Researched was the cause and the effect was he could perform well. So joining these two words, therefore comes into picture as a joining word or as a linking word, right? So the right option is B, and this has also reduced our statement lengthwise. Nikhil researched the topic well, therefore he was able to do his viva voice well. So this talks about your 11C. Moving to question number 12, the last one from set 2. Which of the following sentence uses formal language? Now here there's a trick, student. The right choice is actually both options B as well as C, right? So if anyone, there will be these kind of googlies also. A lot of time we have found that TCS, they give these kind of googly also. All four options can be wrong, and all four can be right also, or two can be right. So these kind of things are also happening in TCS exam. So what happens if you select, suppose in this case two options are correct, so if you select any of the two, you get the 1 mark, right? Or if suppose four options are wrong but you selected any one, at least you participated, you will get a score in that, right? So that's what it talks about. So 12, question 12, which of the following statement formal language? Your option B is also correct, because shall, when this word shall comes, no, it itself says that I am very professional and I'm very formal kind of word. So shall we put this on our agenda for the next client week? So this is also one statement which is correct. And the C for, I feel that C is more appropriate one, because it says that I apologize. So apologize itself is a very strong, powerful, formal word. I apologize for the technical glitch that occurred during our webinar yesterday. And this option is also correct. Whereas A, this presentation takes the cake. Takes the cake talks about an idiom which is very much informal sounding. And D, I am disappointed with the sales figure, they need to look up, is again very cut to cut, straightforward and very informal kind of language, right? So for 12, B and C both are correct. Fine. So may I know the scores now, everyone, quickly for set 2? Are you satisfied with your performance? Are you happy with your performance? Can I get out of 12 how much you have scored? Better performance. I'm happy. Good. I hope you guys are also happy. The more you practice, the more chances of getting similar questions increases or same questions increases. No worries. Still we have time. Fine. So I'll begin without wasting much time. I'll continue with set 3, and then Post lunch, I'll tell you some tricks about parajumble, because most of the questions are coming from parajumble, right? And it is taking longer time also. So I'll give you the trick post lunch, how to solve it. Fine. So let's understand set 2 now. Again, you can see that set 2, this particular passage is a repeated one. Remember, just now you have done it in your question paper 1. So you can see set 3 students, I tell you, most of the questions are repeated from set 1 and set 2. So this is the same question set. I mean, this is the same pattern from set 1, the same question. That's the reason why I'm skipping it. All right. See, this question number 3 is again a repeated from set 1 itself. Question 4 is again a repeated one. I hope you can recognize it. I purposely kept for you to understand that they repeat questions, exact same to same. They repeat. So I'm skipping this part because it's a repeated one. Question 5 again, the same passage, a repeated one, pandemic and all those things. Question 10 also a repeated one. Question 11 is also a repeated one. Most of the questions came from part 1 and part 2. Otherwise, I could have skipped this, but I kept it purposely for you to understand that they repeat. So this entire set is actually a repeated set. Okay, that's the reason why I'm skipping this part. Just to show you that it's a repeated set, I kept it. Right? Now, let's move to set number 4. A parajumble, and this is not a repeated one. Check this and try answering this. I believe you are done with question 1, students. Moving to question 2. So again, combination of blanks where you have to find the appropriate word for the blanks. This can, could, they are actually called as modal verbs. So they come to enhance our verbs, main verbs. Moving to next one, spotting the error. Again, see, this is a repeated one. I hope you remembered. And they have changed the sequence this time. But anyways, you attempt it. Do not skip this because the sequence are changed. I believe done with question 3 because it was repeated. Again, check for question 4, which is again spotting the error. Right, and this is the sentence given. I believe done with question number 4. Check question 5 also because this also speaks the same. Identifying the error. I believe done by now. Moving to the next one. Oh, it's a passage, students, and three questions are asked. Six, seven, eight, nine. Four questions. This is the passage. Students, I'm not allowed to share anything as of now from my side. So our team will take care of that. Okay, I'm just here to teach you, to make you understand the concept, the pattern. That's it. When is your exam, by the way? Dates decided yet? I hope finished reading. Please check the questions on questions now. Question 6 and question 7. Oh. Check first question 6. Then I'll scroll down for question 7. I believe done with question 6. Moving to question 7 now. Check the options. finished by now? Moving to question number 8. Passage related again. Alright, moving to question 9 from the passage, the last question now. Easy one. Moving to question number 10. Parajumble students. Again, see statement 1 and 2 are logged. You have to find the other two statement. Statement 2 and 3 you have to find out. Statement 1 and 4 are logged. Check for question 10. Alright, I believe you are done with question number 10. Let's move to question 11. So this talks about your clause test again. Very short passage, very short lines given. You need to find out which combination will be fitting in for both the blanks. I hope done by now. Question 11. Scrolling down for question number 12. See how many parajumbles they give. Sorry, clause test. These two are their favorite questions, parajumble and clause test. They ask lot of questions, TCS people. Just a second. मजा है पिटाई खा के पिटाई खाना था ना तुमको I hope done. Question 12. Scrolling down for question number 13 now. 15 questions are there in this set. Okay. Once we are done, see again, question number 13 is a repeated one, if you can recall. I mean, right? So I'll be skipping this, but I want you to write the answer. I mean, I am displaying it and I want you to reattempt it. I hope it is readable, student. I'm trying my level best to make it fit for you to read it. So I'll minimize it. All right, scrolling down for next question. Question number 14. This is a new one and this clause test. Simple, easy clause test. Scrolling down for the last from this set, which is question number 15. Again, sorry, one more is there. Question number 16, 15. Sorry. Not, do not use informal language. Means it is using formal language. You have to identify which is the formal language thing here. All right, moving to question number 16, which is again a passage. Read question. This is the last from this section, student. Read the passage and then you will be answering the question. So if I minimize the size, it's 16 right now. If I do make it 15, will it be okay for you all? Just check and let me know. I just wanted to fit it one thing. Is it okay? Readable. I believe done. Easy passage and only one question from this passage. That's it. What is the passage all about? So we'll start answering from this side. Okay, so you are going to cross check your answers from question 16 onwards. From down to up we'll go. Done? So question number 16. Once you read the passage, the summary of the passage talks about 16A. It talks about the significance of space programs for the future. Right? So 16A is the right answer. Moving to question number 15. Now 15 it says which is not use informal language, which does not use means which is actually using formal language. Indirectly it is asking. So the appropriate answer is actually D, although C is also the correct option again. So D, 15D is the most appropriate one. Sorry, I could not attend your party last night. This is the most appropriate, but yes, option C is also correct, which says sorry, I could not come by last night. The remaining two are very straight and not that formal, right? So 15, both C and D are the correct one. Moving to question number 14, the appropriate thing for your clause test. Question 14, the right option is B. As WHO and partners work together on the response tracking the pandemic, option B, advising on critical intervention, right? So B, advising, disturbing, all having an ing, right? Distributing vital medical supplies to those in mind, they are still racing to find a vaccine. So all of this statement talks about your continuous speech, I mean continuous tense, ing is added here. All right. So 14, the right option is B, advising, first blank, and second blank will be racing. Now moving to question number D for the clause test. Sorry, question number 13 for the clause test. The right answer is 1C, 2A, which is option D, 1C and 2A. Why? Because here again, we already discussed, no? This was a repeated one. So I'm not going further into this. It talks about that Zoom problem and all, body language and all, right? So D is your right option. Moving to the other one, clause test. This is a new one. The first blank talks about in the clause test, the option is here P. The option is D. P it is written that graduate students are asked to actively and their Q says that graduate students do not want to read the books available in libraries or say books are man's friend, and S says then the idea synthesized into a unified. The right choice will be and for the first blank because it talks about the entire like undergraduate courses and all those part. Therefore P speaks and is the appropriate thing, which talks for example, give some example, and that example can come before a general statement, right? So graduates to ask to actively engage with information by information they read. So is the appropriate statement as a general statement because the further explanation can be part, that is, and for further explanation or example I have to give a general statement so that this specificity can come, and therefore B is the appropriate for first blank, P is the appropriate for first blank, whereas for the second, then the idea are synthesized into unified. So after I read P statement, I put the P statement and then I narrow it down with my example. I justify it. For example, a literature review requires a student to read with a great breadth and depth within his or her research area. Follow S talks about that the ideas are synthesized into a unified whole. So this talks about after reading what is done next. So what is done next is the part that the ideas they are synthesized, they are clubbed, and that is what it speaks about as a unified whole. And the number of documents to read, analyze further, it gives more value. So as a supporting data, the further information can be added with statement S. That's the reason why your P and S is the right choice for question 12. Question 12, D option, P and S is the right choice. Moving to question number 11. So question 11, it gives a clause test, and you have to select the right option. The right option here is 11C. So 1D. Martin Sir had a reputation as the strictest of principals. Very appropriate, right? But those who knew him well said he was a just man, right? We cannot put crazy, family, effective. Before effective, and has to come, right? The vowel word is there, therefore it has to have that article of and. Therefore, effective also cannot come. Just is the appropriate word over there. Clear? So, strictest, because it talks about the superlative form of strict, strictest of all principles, comparing. So, comparison is happening and it is talking about the superlative of all. Right? Moving to question number 10. Parajumble. So, for question 10, the right option is C. Q and P. Let's understand what is there in statement 1. It says that it is neither the size nor the length of the life which makes man human. This is your statement 1. And it says statement 4, man is not like a tree, right? So what I find here, that it is neither the size nor the length of the man's of the life which makes man human. So this is actually, student, to be very honest, this is not a starting line, right? This is somewhere taken from the middle part, and still it wants that we have to add more value to this part. So the option C is the correct one, which says that, let's understand what is there in P, Q and R. P says the man may physically attain the size of a giant, yet intellectually he may remain a dwarf. Q says the growth of mind and intellect is never in proportion to the growth of the human body. And R says that my friend's brother was a dwarf, right? So option C. Why? Because the R option doesn't fit at all. It's something that is very vague with the statement right now, right? So what I feel is this R statement actually should be the starting statement. My friend's brother was a dwarf. So we have to begin. Actually, it would have been as a starting statement followed by S1. It is neither the size nor the length of the life which makes man human, followed by your Q, which says the growth of the mind. So this Q word, statement 2, actually is giving more validation, more appropriateness, completeness to the previous statement of S1, right? So it is adding more importance. So once the life length and size has been compared, then comes the growth of the mind. So Q will be the S2 statement. The growth of the mind and intellect is never in proportion to the growth of the human body, followed by your P. The man may vary. So once I have given the important point, I am now justifying my point that the man may vary physically, attend yet intellectually he may remain a dwarf, and then comes not like a tree, giving another analogy, right? This is your 10 right choice option C. And then your question number 9, which is related to the paragraph. Now here positive personality talks about your option D, optimistic. Anything, anybody who is positive in nature, they are actually optimistic people. Optimistic. And then so your 9 D is the right option. Question number 8. Question A, actually none of the above is right. So what if you any one this, you get a mark. All the questions are wrong here, right? For question A, none of the options are right, and therefore none of this of the general action. Then whichever option you choose, to get a mark, right? Moving to question number 7. Or question, just a second. Is it okay if we continue after lunch? Remaining 7 questions, because 12:30 to 30 you have, like, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Student, after, no, crazy will not be the answer. My voice was breaking. Oh, I'm so sorry. So we will come after lunch, and after I will tell you more about the parajumble part. I mean, I'll give you a proper briefing so that becomes clearer for you to attempt questions on parajumble as well as clause, right? Because a lot of questions are asked on these two topic in TCS drive. Fine. So let's meet at 1:30. I think 1 hour break is there. Like, I'll continue after that. So I'm stopping the sharing as of now, and I'm not logging out. I'm there only. I mean, just out of my place, but I'm here. All right, good afternoon, students. I hope you are back now. Please ask everyone to join back. So only 35 students are there. Come on, hurry up. Fine. So I was discussing the question and answers. So let me quickly share. And after I finish that, we'll start with the topic. Okay. So I think we are supposed to start with question number 7, right? So question 7 from the passage, it speaks, which of the following is not a relevant criterion for conduct of the 13th IPL series, right? So for this, again, correct option. So two are here correct, both option A as well as option C. For question number 7, two correct options are there, A as well as C. A says that the Mahabharata teaches readers about the finest aspect of welfare, that one, and the C one, that the epic works as a tale of good versus evil, right? So if this comes, and if it comes in a different way, like if they jumble it, so these two questions A and C, if you select, then you get the right scoring. Either you select for A, then also you are right, or if you select C, then also you are right. B and D are the wrong options, right? Moving for the next one, question number 6. So, question 6 asks, based on your understanding of the passage, answer the following question by choosing the best option. The expression biosecure bubbles refers to. Now, it wants to understand what is your understanding about the expressed lines or expressed words phrase which says biosecure bubble. So, actually, it talks about social distancing method, right? Biosecure bubbles is nothing but a social distancing methods. That's what it speaks about. Moving to question number 5 now. We are done with question passage question. So question 5, it asks you to find the mistake in the this sentence. Something about the way he spoke stuck a bell in Lauren's mind. The right option is actually option number, I mean, the statement which is wrong is statement number D, stuck a bell. We don't say stuck a bell, strike is the right word, right? So, option D is wrong here. Striking thing should come here. Moving to question number 4, which talks about again spotting the error here in question number, this is 4. So question 4, Bhushan took his seat on the window of that empty house. So the right, I mean the mistake is in question option number A, on the window. It's not on the window. On the window means talking about that as if the person is sitting above it, right? It's not on the window, it's near the window or in the window. So something like that will come, but not on the window. On the window is the is a wrong preposition used here. It sits near the window. Now question number 3, again error, and now this time I want you to understand they have changed the sequence. In the previous passage, in the previous set, it was as option D, I remember. So from sunrise to sunset, so here it becomes option A, not since sunrise to sunset, it's from sunrise to sunset, right? Since talks about long duration. Now question number 2. Question 2, fill in the blanks. Information dash defined. So the first blank talks about your can be. I said already that these are called as modal verbs. What are modal verbs? It are those kind of verbs. These are all verbs, actually auxiliary verbs part. And what happened? They talk about the ability, permission, willingness, right? Based on the situation, we use them. So can, could, these are used for ability kind of situation, whereas should and all these kind of words, they are used for your permission. So will, should, they talk about your permissible kind of thing, intention, right? On those situations we use should, shall, will, would. Must is, it's a very mandatory kind of thing, you cannot skip, right? So there's a do or a die kind of situation, then we go with a must. So these are all must and might. These are all your verb forms, and based on the situation we use them. So here the right option for question number 2 is your option C, that is can, right? So information can be defined as a collection of symbols which, when combined, communicates a message or intelligence. Fine. So question 2, option C is the right one. It talks about the ability of information, I mean defining the information. Now question 1, which is again your parajumble. So let's first understand what is there in question S1. S1 says that in 1940 version of the movie Pinocchio is no exception. So I got the idea. Okay, this is going to talk about the movie Pinocchio, which is the main character out there, right? And statement 4 says surprisingly his character in the movie is not as prominent as it is in the book. So again, it talks about that somebody's character is because already Pinocchio has been mentioned as the main character. So there must be somebody whose character may not be that important, which is, I mean, it has not been portrayed as important in the movie as it was in the book. So definitely it's not Pinocchio, but some other character. So let's now understand the PQR statement. What is there? P says Jimmy Cricket appears as the talking cricket in the book. This is one. So it talks about another character, Jimmy Cricket. It's a cricket, an insect. So it appears as the talking cricket in the book. Second is Q. It says that the movie is based on a story that appeared as a serial in a newspaper called The Adventures of Pinocchio, written by Carlo Collodi. So it says that the movie is based. So somewhere it says that this movie part is not exactly, cannot I mean it is giving me more like somewhere it has to be related with the second statement, because it is adding more value to the movie Pinocchio what is there, right? And then let's look also for R. It was written in 1881 and 1882, right? So now when I understood, and when I read back my first statement, it talks more about the movie and is no exception. So the in 1940 version of the movie Pinocchio is no exception. And then when I look for my question, my Q option, it gives me more idea that Q is very much related with the movie part. So it, there is no exception, the movie is based on a story. So it talks about that this movie is based on a story. So it adds more information to the movie. So therefore Q comes in picture, followed by P. What is there in P? P talks about it, then introduces that Jimmy Cricket, the second character, is somebody. Jimmy Cricket appears as the talking cricket in the book. And then fourth statement, which says more about Jimmy Cricket's part, that he is not that prominent in the movie, but he is a very interesting character as per the book. So are you able to identify? First part talks about the movie and more information is shared about the movie, whereas the third statement introduces Jimmy Cricket, because fourth statement talks about Jimmy Cricket's character. So this is how you have to sequence down your question. Therefore for question 1, your right option is C, that is QP. Option C, QP. Am I clear, student? Got some idea of how is your scoring? May I know that? So as of now, I'm just stopping the sharing. We finished till set 4, right? I'll be starting with set 5 after I give you a short briefing about parajumble, because you need that for your for your understanding of parajumble part, solving parajumble questions, as well as for clause test, right? It's very very important. Remaining, I think you can manage, they are all manageable thing. People face difficulty in this, and therefore allow me to give you a short briefing. It's not that short actually, to clear your concept on that. Fine, all are there with me? Everybody will start with set 5 after I finish that, right? So I'm just stopping this sharing. How many people joined now? Still people are joining, huh? 68. Morning it was somewhere 130. So it has reduced to half. Okay, just a second. Let me share my screen. So students, do not get confused, right? If you get the word like sentence ordering, parajumble, coherent, logical sequence, they all mean the same thing, right? They all talk about arranging the sentence in sequential order. I hope my screen is visible for everyone, right? So there are certain rules that you need to follow when you have to understand the sequencing of sentences. So if suppose I ask you, introduce yourself to me, or the first question that generally interviewers ask is, tell me about yourself. So how you should begin that? You will be talking about your name first. So I am so and so, coming from this place. My highest degree is this. I have done my B.Tech or B in this, and I have this and that technical knowledge. So this is how you will be talking in a sequential manner. So how do you know that this should be the statement 1, then location should be statement 2, then comes my highest degree of qualification, and then the specialization that I have done, then my area of interest or my technical skills, right? So this is generally, when we introduce, we do it in a very sequential manner. So that is what sentence ordering or parajumble talks about basically. So sentence ordering involves arranging jumbled sentences into logical and meaningful sequence, right? This is what you are learning, and this is after learning this, you are going to apply this. So there are certain rules that you have to remember while doing it. First of all, your starting statement should always bear the central theme, right? It always need to have the central idea that what this particular sequence is talking all about. For example, just now you saw Pinakoi example, right? So your starting statement introduced the movie named Pinakoi, and also the year, right? So the character was introduced, and it spoke about that it's a movie as well as a book. And then the second statement reflected, given more information about the book as well as the movie, right? So that is what your first statement will do. Now what TCS people does, they keep your first statement, which is called as opening statement or introductory statement, as logged. So they will be giving you the first statement, that this is your first statement, and now you have to find the remaining two statement, right? So how to find the remaining two statement, whether my option B will be my second statement or C will be my second statement. So for that you are learning this. So once you are able to find out your opening statement, which bears generally the central idea, I mean, not generally, it always will be the central idea or the main character. Main character means it talks about the subject, either in the form of noun or in the form of pronoun. So these are the two mandatory things for being an opening statement. Central idea should be there, and a noun or a pronoun should be there, right? Now identify connections using linking words. What are these linking words? I already informed you. Moreover, however, right? Although, therefore, these kind of words, if they are present, then they become the linking words. So these words will be used for your statement 2 and statement 3 generally, right? And then arrange them, arrange in chronological or logical sequence. So once you are able to find out the linking words, then you have to arrange them in chronological order. Chronological order talks about your time. So first this happened, then this happened, and thirdly this step was taken care of, and lastly we succeeded after following all the rules and all. So can you understand the importance of the words that I am talking about? So I spoke firstly. So firstly itself says that I will be the first statement, and then I said then, then. Then means I will be the second statement, and then I said thirdly. So thirdly talks about that I will be the third statement, and then I said lastly or finally. So that word says that I am the last concluding statement. So this is called as chronological ordering, logical sequencing. Okay, and therefore this is how you are going to find out your concluding sentence, which will have some sort of word in it which will tell you that I am the concluding statement. Got some idea, student? All right. So you can see here one example is given. If you can try, and then I'll move further from this. So try arranging how it will be. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the right sequence, or you need to go ahead with some other sequence for this. I hope you're done by now, because I can't see right now. I have kept this in PowerPoint mode. So let's understand. I believe you have done it. Arrange it. So I'm displaying, and let's discuss on this first. So you can see the previous statement, and here it says your statement number 2, where it was talking about mango as the king of fruits, that has to come as the first, because it introduces the central topic, which is about mango, and also mango being the major noun out there, right? Therefore that becomes your first statement. So 2, 4, 1, 3 is the first one. Second part, it provides supporting detail. Now what was there in statement 4? Packed with vitamins. So it talks about the ingredient, the major kind of ingredient that mango bears. So 2, 4, 1, 3 was the sequence. So let's understand that. Packed with vitamins and antioxidants, it's giving the major important nutritional factor first, right? That's the reason why fourth statement came as your second statement. And then S3 will be here 1. Why 1? Because the word, look at the word, it's mentioned in addition. So in addition forms here as your linking word. So in addition, if you see, it says that I will come after some other word, I cannot come as your second word. I am in addition to those nutritional benefits which are already mentioned, and that's the reason why your third statement becomes your point number 1. In addition to its nutritional benefits, this fruit is highly versatile in cooking, right? Followed by the last statement, its sweet and tangy flavor makes it a favorite for desserts and beverages. And that's the reason how it has to be placed. So 2 introduces the topic, 4 provides supporting details, 1 gives about its highlights the versatility, and concludes with culinarily uses. So how, what are its benefits, what are the use of it, that has been spoken there. I hope I'm clear with this part. You got some idea? This was the just the basic part of your understanding. Any questions, guys? You have not seen the questions? It was displayed, right? All right, moving to the next part of it. I'll just reshare my screen. Yes, students, my screen visible for everybody? Now I'm not keeping in a slide show mode. Otherwise, I'm not getting to know if you have any queries. Fine. All right. So this is something important. Yes, emojis help a lot. Thank you for giving me the emojis. I'll just a little bit increase the slide size. Okay, fine. So this is something important concept to make you understand about the other thing, like understanding your parajumble and all, right? Pay attention, everyone, and I'll give you time to quickly note it down if needed. First, understand the concept. So all the sentences that are present in this world, they all fall under these 5 categories of patterns: sentence patterns, or you call it as sentence style, whatever name you want to give. So the first talks about your chronological order. Now, what is chronological order? Chrono is a Latin word which talks about time, right? So when we talk about time related to any number in the form of number or step by step process, method, procedure, when we discuss about that stages, then those events, those sentences, they take the pattern of your chronological order. So when the ideas are arranged according to time or sequence, they fall under your chronological order: first, then, latter, finally. So they will be having these kind of words. For example, if I have to tell anybody how to prepare tea, first boil water, then add a teaspoon of tea leaves, finally add sugar as per your taste, add milk and allow it to boil for some time, later sieve it, and finally have it hot, right? So this is how I will be instructing somebody step by step. So these step by step process falls under our chronological order, right? And these words will be also there, which gives us the hint that I will be first, second, third, fourth, fifth statement. All right. Second statement, second style talks about your cause and effect. What happens here? It talks about why something is happening and what is the consequence of it, right? For example, corona happened corona happened, and that's the reason why it lockdown came after it, right? So what was the cause? Cause was corona, and the consequence of it, or the effect of it, was lockdown, right? So that is what you have to relate. One will be your cause theme, another statement will talk about the effect. Now, effects generally cannot be one, it can be multiple effects of one cause, right? So because corona happened, so lockdown came, many people became jobless, many people died after suffering from corona, this and that. So lot of n number of effects happened because of that one cause, right? So that's what I wanted to say. You have to understand the criticality of each effects and place them accordingly. So what was the first effect? Was lockdown. Then people died because of the rush in the hospital and limited resources, and then followed by jobless, this and that, all these things happened. So based on the criticality, you have to place the effects, right? So example is, because of x, y happened. Third category is general to specific. That is what you have been seeing so far. Starts with a broad spectrum, broad statement. A general kind of statement will be there. For example, just now you saw mango being the uh, king of fruits. So that was a general statement. And then what happened? Further, its nutritional values and other additional components, and then its culinary uses were also added one after the other. So that's what it says. So the point will be general, and then it will be niching down or funneling down to specific. How it will be happening? With the help of examples, explanations, we will be funneling down to make it more precise and concise, right? So starts with a broad statement, followed by details or examples. Example: technology has revolutionized communication. Now here it says technology has revolutionized communication. When I read this general statement, I do not know which kind of technology it is talking about. Technology is a huge concept, right? Is it talking about phone, internet, AI? So many technologies are there. Now, when I read the second statement, I come across, okay, it's talking about smartphone as an example, right? So this is how narrowing down or general to specific speaks about. Moving to the fourth part, which talks about your problem and solution. It is more or less same like cause and effect. One problem statement will be there, that is one issue will be highlighted, and then ways to solve. So multiple solutions can also be there, or one solution can also be there. That is what it speaks. For example, deforestation is a major issue, right? It is talking about a problem. Planting more trees can help mitigate it. So it is giving one major solution. There can be other n number of other solutions also, but afforestation is the first solution that it has given, right? So I hope you are clear with the four major categories. Let's move to the last one: comparison and contrast. So what does it mean? It talks about highlighting similarities as well as dissimilar or differences of ideas, right? For example, those kind of concepts where negative and positive points are to be discussed, pros and cons, for and against, right? I mean, I want to say where debatable kind of concepts comes into picture. So there, how you are going to write down. So you will start with a general thing, introducing your central theme, central idea, central topic, followed by positive side of it, then negative side of it, and then there will be a final conclusion summary, which where you will be highlighting both the positive and the negative side, right? So these kind of writing or speaking, they fall under your comparison and contrast. Example: while A is faster, B is more reliable, right? So this becomes more opinionated kind of conversation. So I hope you are now aware of the different patterns, students. All the in the entire world, whatever patterns we follow, they all fall under these five major categories. Clear? Good to go? So this is what I actually wanted to share with you all, so that you get a good idea about it. Done? I hope you have taken a screenshot, or you have written down any relevant point that was needed? Shall I stop sharing of this part? All right. No, I have not seen the message. Let me check. Okay, fine. Thank you for the response. And this is the last part that I wanted to share with you all so that you get much better understanding. I spoke to you transitional words or linking words that are present, right? So you need to understand this as well. These connect these statements. So when we have to join two statements, then um, words like the addition of sentences can happen with words like moreover, furthermore, additionally. So these words, if it is present at the initial of any sentence, they say that I will be either the third statement or last statement. Okay, these all, right? Then contrasting ideas where differences are there in opinion, those will have however kind of word in them. On the other hand, kind of phrase in them, right? Cause and effect kind of statement will have words like therefore, thus, consequently, as a result. These kind of words will be used in cause and effect statement. And then chronological order is the easiest one, where first or initially, beginning, started, these kind of words will be there. Next, then, finally, end, right? These words, they talk about that I will be the ending part. Clear? Got some idea, students? All right, so I hope this will help you with your understanding on what we say, parajumble and clause test. And now I expect that you will perform better after understanding this pattern. Okay, so let me quickly share set number 5. All right, so set number 5 starts with a new passage, and I want you all to read this passage, student. It's a small passage. I hope so, it's a small one. Let me just quickly, just let me check how long it is. Okay, I'm just minimizing the size of it. Okay, it's again 16. I'm making it 15. Just give me a second. I hope that works. Okay, fine. Read it. I believe you have read by now the passage. I'm scrolling down for the questions. So it's asking, what is this passage all about? Check for question 1 as well as question 2. Scrolling down for the next question. I believe you are done by now. Scrolling down for the next one. Oh. Check for question number 4, last from the passage. All right, moving down for the next one. So it's a clause test. Question 5. Scrolling down for the next one, student. Question number 6. So, appropriate verbal phrase, verb, phrasal verb you have to put here. All right, another passage is there from question 7 to question 10. So these kind of statement will be written there, right? And you so if they are asking that 7, 8, 9, 10, 4 questions are related to one passage, means you are getting 4 minutes time, right? So you have to be calculative and invest time accordingly. Oh, it's a long passage, it won't fit. Anyways, I'll share part by part. This is a long passage, student. That's the reason why they gave 4 questions. Please read. I believe you have read. I'm just scrolling a bit down. I believe you have read by now. Please check with question number 7. I believe we are done with question 7. Moving to question number 8 now. 8 as well as 9. So I believe we are done with question 8, 9, 10. Moving further, students. Now check with question number 11, which speaks again about your clause test. I hope done by now. So moving further now for question number 12. You have to find out any mistake if it is there in the given passage, okay? Spotting the error. All right, I believe done by now. Let's move to question number 13 now. Another clause test. See how many clause tests they are asking. It's their favorite question. Just a second. Huh? How many are given? Third. Okay. Just one second. I'll try to Keep it above. This is your option C. I believe done by now, students. All right, moving to next one, question number 14, which is a parajumble question. Okay. All right, I believe done. Scrolling down, students, to question number 15. Again, it's a clause test. Some problem with this setting actually. So just ignore it, can't help as of now. One second, I'll just try putting this up. Yes, you can read now. I believe done by now. Let's move to the next one. Question number 16. This is again a parajumble sentence ordering question. Okay. So students, please do not be dependent that the recordings will be shared or not, right? Try attending the session for full. This session is for you. I am not sure that whether recordings are done to share with you all or for some other reason. And many of your batchmates, I think they went for the exam already. So do get an idea from them how was the paper and all. Okay, get some clarity, fresh idea. TCS started their question pattern, I mean question, this exam placement drive very recent. It's hardly 15 days back they started their placement drive. From March they started actually. Yeah, March first week. I believe done by now, this one. Let's scroll down for the next question. 17 as well as 18. So 17 again talks about error. Spot the error. This is the sentence given. I'm highlighting it. All right. And question number 18 talks about using formal language. Which of the following sentence is using formal language? Right. So check for 17 and followed by 18. I believe you are done with question 17 and as well as 18. They're easy. Scrolling down for question number 19. So question 19 talks about again rearrangement. It talks about the improvement of the sentence. It's grammatically correct only, but how can you concise and make it a better version of this? Right? So check question number 19. I believe done by now. Again, this is a clause test, student. Check and answer. I believe done by now. Check for question number 21 as well as 22. So again, this is a repetition. Question 21 is a repetition, if you could remember, and 22 is a new one. I believe you are done with question 21 and 22. Check for question 23 followed by question 24. 23 again talks about spotting the error. I'll just highlight it. Question 24, I will drop a little late because you will not be able to identify then. I believe done. Check for question number 24, which is again a parajumble. This is little lengthier as compared to what you have done earlier. One second. Yes. Yes, try attempting this, students. I hope done by now, students. Let's discuss the questions for this, for set number 5. Okay. So, question number 1. Can I get your responses, please? This passage is mainly about. So, it is asking the central theme of the passage, and the answer is A, the processing of man made fibers. Right? Question 1, A is the right option. Moving to question number, which statement is correct according to the information in the passage? So once you read the passage thoroughly, you will find out that option C is the right one. Synthetic fibers are mass produced in millions of tons, right? So millions of tons. This is the right one, C. Question 2, answer is C option. Question 3, what are Question 3. What byproducts are created out of the chemical processing of petroleum or natural gas? The right answer is option A, polyester. Question 3. The right answer is A, polyester. Question 4. About which of the following does the writer say that they were the first man made fibers? Again, here the option is A, acetate and rayon. So for question 4, the right answer is option A, acetate and rayon. So done with the passage. Let's move to the clause test now. So once you read the passage with the blanks, you will figure out that it talks about sari, right? So, and a few members who have been. Here your option D goes right. Option D means first blank will have the option blank 1, C, draping, who have been draping themselves in silk. So when sari worn, that we call that is called as draping in sari. Okay, so draping. And then for the statement blank number 2, the right option is 2D, traditional. So pride ambassador for traditional design and craftsmanship, and a prime example of rich differences in India's 29 state. So option 5, question 5, option D is the right one. First blank will be C, draping, and second blank will be D, traditional. Fine. Moving to the next one, question number 6, which talks about your phrasal verb. So here option number A, make out. Look carefully, can't you make out the resemblance between the mother and the daughter? So make out. This is the exact appropriate phrasal verb, right? Now next is again a passage given, question number 7 to 10. So which statement best summarizes what the writer is saying in the passage? Fine. So here the summary, it's asking for the summary. So you can see that without reading the passage you cannot answer these questions, right? Therefore you have to read, and the right answer is option A. For 7, the summary will be people are guided according to their individual personalities in their choices and decisions. 7, A is the right choice. Question number 8. In the fifth paragraph, the writer states that individuals often, option A, sacrifice long term benefits in favor of short term pleasures. Very good. So this is the exact thing that in the so 8A is the right one. Sacrifice long term benefits in favor of short term pleasures. Next, moving to question number 9. What does the writer call the traditional economics model? Is answer is B, rational choice. So what does the writer call for question 9? The right option is B, rational choice. And then last question from the passage, which of the following action does the writer use to describe the implicit purpose of behavioral economics in human behavior? To nudge. That is the right option. Now just give me a second, I'll tell you the meaning of nudge, even I have to check that. Just a second, students. Nudge means someone, I mean gently, to just we do know with our elbow we just a gentle push. That kind of pushing or touching is called as nudging. Okay. Next question. So that's what he said. Behavioral economics is about all about nudge. Moving to question number 11. Again a clause test. So for the first blank, your option D is the right one here, which talks about since the early 90s, many glaciers around the world have been rapidly melting. Option D, 1A. First blank will be having A. More than a third of the remaining glaciers of the world would have melted by 2030, right? Followed by, for the blank number 2, your 2B. So B statement, as a result glaciers are rapidly melting, carving off into the sea and retreating off on land. That these two options are the right one. So 1A and 2B. Okay. Moving to question number 12. Finding the error in this. So it says that the experience, C option is the mistake, erroneous sentence, students. So India's chess Olympiad gold winning team captain Vidit Guprathi says that the experience of playing against and defeating. So defeating word will not be there, actually defeat will be the right word. Playing against and defeat iconic Vishwanathan Anand was the most special moment of his life, right? So defeating should not be there, defeat will be there. That's the reason why 12 C is the answer for your the error present in defeat word. So C is the option. Moving to question number 13. Again a clause test. The first blank for this, I mean, option A is the right choice. So the first blank, Sub-Saharan African 1B. B says the southern portions of the French African Empire were practically isolated. So this is the right choice for option blank number 1. Whereas for blank number 2, 2A. A says beside the strategic reasons in favor of France. So that will be your blank 2. So your option A is the right choice for question number 13. Blank 1 with B and blank 2 with A. Okay. Moving to question number 14. So this again speaks about your statement 1. US President Donald Trump on Wednesday refused to commit himself to allow a peaceful transfer of power if he lost his November 3 re-election bid, raising the largely unfounded prospect of widespread fraud in mail in ballots. This is your statement 1. Statement 4 says, as as a candidate in 2016, he had refused to say he would accept the outcome of the election if he lost. Whereas let's understand what PQR speaks. P says this is not the first time he was not committal on the issue, taking the stance most recently in an interview to Fox News. So the first statement actually talks more about the US President Donald Trump, about how he has refused the commitment of his loss and all those part, right, about the things that happened actually in the election time. Whereas statement uh, 4 talks about his loss as a candidate in the election thing, right? So here, after reading PQR also, we find that the right statement actually lies with option C, P and Q, because P, it resembles more, it gives further information to what is there in statement 1. So this is not the first time he has not committal on the issue. So it gives more evidence to the point that was spoken in S1, and then Y comes your Q latter as statement 2, because if it was fair and free election, so this part is a continuation of statement 2 actually, and further the concluding part of uh, Q lies in S4, right? So this is how you have to read very slowly, understand, and then select your this kind of parajumbles. So what happened in ordering for TCS, no, they give little lengthier actually as compared to other placement drives. The TCS parajumbles are bit lengthier, right, but not that tough. You can still do, because you, if you are able to concise, I mean, accumulate timings, manage your time, definitely you can crack this lengthy parajumbles also. Now moving to the next one, question number 15, clause test. So for that, option C was the right one. Question number 15. 15 again, here it speaks option number C. Option C means 1C. So the first blank will have C, that is, it talks about many women in Western society aware of power of names. So all these things are a significant part are spoken about, and adding more to that is there in the 1C. C talks about that they may follow the tradition. So it adds more justifiable points to what the first part has spoken, right? It is giving more of the justifications, additional values to what the first part of the passage has spoken, followed by 2A. So what does A speaks? A speaks that women who have 2A. Second para talks about a women who have taken their husband's name, place. So again, adding more value to what women can do, and followed by uh, on the other hand. So this speaks about the last part of the thing. So you actually have to read on the other hand, women who keep their birth names. So you have to understand that if this is the part, then definitely it has got some presiding points also, and that presiding point lies in your A part, right? So therefore your option C is the right one, which says 1C. First blank will have C, and second blank will have your A option. Moving to the next question. Again a parajumble. So the first statement talks about INS Vikrant was the first aircraft carrier to be designed by the Directorate of Naval Design of the Indian Navy. So it talks about a major noun which is Vikrant, and also the central idea is there, right? I mean, central theme that it talks about this particular aircraft which was the carrier of this and that, right? Followed by what is there in the concluding statement, or S4. Now, due to this, it became the first ship to be built completely using domestically produced steel. So it talks about something related to the manufacturing of this particular aircraft. So let's understand now what are there in P, Q, and R. So P statement talks about that the keel of for Vikrant was led by the defense minister at the Cochin ship yard on 28th Feb. So it talks about when it was decided, or when it was inaugurated, kind of thing, right? And then it talks about Q. What is there in Q? It took a long time to build a warship which was indigenously built by the Cochin shipyard. So definitely, somewhere I feel that Q should not come as the second statement, because it talks about the building of it. Till now, nowhere I have found the building part. So building part somewhere is there at the last part. So either Q should come as second last, S3, but it definitely cannot fit in S2, right? Let's understand what is there in R now. R says that about 26,000 tons of different types of steel were manufactured by Bhilai Steel Plant, Chhattisgarh, and Rourkela Steel Plant, Odisha. So it talks about steel which was manufactured. So where this particular aircraft carrier has got its steel, so that is what it speaks. So maybe chances are that this can be used as your S3 statement, because your S4 talks about its steel body, right? And therefore your final answer actually is your option D, P and R. So the central idea, Vikrant, what is Vikrant has been spoken there, followed by how Vikrant came into execution. So that is your point number P, followed by your R, that Vikrant is made up of steel. Why R came? Because if I read the fourth statement, I find that it is talking more about its manufacturing, and that steel being the prominent part. And that's the reason why R will be there, right? And in no way Q is anyway related with this part. So Q can be the ending part actually. It has to be the S5. It is a concluding statement. Clear? Which is not a part of the question. So your right option is option D, P, and R. This is how you are going to evaluate and choose the right one. Let's move to question number 17, students. While I was working, I have received a call from my sister. So again, you have to find a find mistake over here. So it speaks, I have received, option A. Now it will be in the past, simple past tense. It's not needed that you have to go with a past perfect tense over here, right? So it says that while I was working, I received a call. That's it. That I have is not needed over there actually. So we have to make it in a simple form, and therefore have is not required. I received a call from my sister is the right simple past tense statement here, right? So your error statement is A. 17, A is the right one. Moving to question number 18. Now it is again asking you the formal language. So the formal language here is option D. You are required to submit the documents for due diligence prior to release of the loan. Every word here is highly polite, formal, required, submit, documents, due diligence, prior to release. These all words are very professional and very formal and polite, kind of positive or say neutral words, right? That's the reason why they are used in the formal language. So your 18D is the right one. Moving to question number 19 now. Again, improvement of this. You did not measure the ingredients correctly. Your cake did not come out well. right? So for this question number 19, your right choice is option B. If so, it is a contrasting idea, no? One part is telling you the thing that you have not done it, and that's the reason. So cause and effect kind of thing. One is the cause because you have not measured it, and that's the reason why your cake is not coming out, the effect part. Therefore, so when these conditions or contrasting ideas are present, then if comes into picture. If you had measured the ingredients correctly, your cake would have come out well, right? So your option B is the right one. If you had that one, 19B. Moving to question number 20, again a clause test. So here the right option is B. Actually, B talks about first blank will have a B and second blank will also have a B. Means it talks about that the moon should give you a feeling of confidence but will affect your temper, and there will be a few mood swings, and these in turn will bring. First one B, occasional self doubt, moon effect, right? It brings occasional self doubt, followed by dash employers, again B, potential employers, and attacks, optimism breeds success, and attacks potential employers. So this is your right answer. Okay, B, where both the blanks will have B options, occasional and potential. Moving to question number 21. This is again a repeated question, students. I hope you remembered. For saving and begun to slip is the right choice, right? Here again they have changed the sequence of the options actually. Moving to question number 22. Question number 22, the right option is which? I've achieved a life goal, a dream for myself, which I had for many years, the winner said. So here the appropriate questioning thing or the appropriate word that will be placed here is a which. Option D is the right one. Moving to question number 23, again to find the error over here. The sentence says the new suspension bridge over the large lake were inaugurated yesterday with great fanfare and illuminations. So here the answer is mm, yes, it is talking about bridge, right? One bridge. Therefore, uh, over the large lake where inaugurated is the wrong one, right? One bridge is there. This is a subject verb agreement concept again, or plural singular form. So bridge is singular here, therefore was has to come there, not where means plural form of auxiliary verb, fine. Therefore was inaugurated will be the right thing, hence your option C is the error, uh, error wala statement. Moving to question number 24, a lengthy thing. So statement 1 speaks that since the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the normal lifestyle of people across the globe, the virtual world has come to the rescue. So it is more or less talking in a general kind of statement, right? So this falls under the category of general to specific, a general statement, because COVID happened and that's why virtual world is more important these days. That's what a very general thing. I'm not still understanding what it actually wants to say, right? And then I move forward and read statement 4. What is there? Accordingly, various stakeholders such as government and private organizations are trying their best to assist each other by sprucing up their existing online platform apps and providing training to teachers to use these apps and platforms to the optimum level. So I got some idea that maybe it is talking more on the positive side of the uh, apps, I mean the online world, right, or virtual world. Then you have to go through and understand what is there in P, Q, and R. So let's understand what is there in P and Q. So definitely, when I read P, the first word consequently gives me a striking thing that it cannot come as a statement 2. Consequently, somewhere it has to go at the end or as the second, I mean, before the concluding statement. Therefore, P with the first word only, I will reject P from my statement 2 wala option. I will not select P as my statement because consequently talks that I will be the ending statement or second last to ending statement. Now I will move towards my option number Q. What is there? Amongst many institutions, schools have also shifted their base to virtual platforms to connect to conduct classroom classes online. This sounds good. And then I also read R. Apart from upskilling teachers on apps, organizing counseling sessions for other stakeholders such as parents and students are some of the important measures taken by these organizations. So when I read this part also, what I find is Q seems to be more appropriate than R. Why? Because the first part talks about a general statement about COVID and the virtual world, and then it talks about the examples. So, among many institutions, so it gives me, it is taking me, narrowing down to the next level of explanation where it gives me the examples that institutes and schools they are also helping out. Therefore, I find that Q statement is closer to my S1, and also I get to know that P statement is very close to my S4 statement. Therefore, I will take S2 as my Q statement and S3 as my P statement. Therefore, my option will be option C, which says Q and P. I hope that answers, student. For the last one, your option C is the right one. This is how you have to break down and find out. Now I am taking long time because I have to explain you, but uh, to make you understand how I am choosing the options. Okay, you have to read each and one, every one. You cannot skip any one. All right, so I hope you are ready for the next section. Any questions so far? Good to go? All are with me, right? Are you sleeping or still there, students? All right, so we'll continue with the set 6. The more you practice, the better you are able to understand it. Check this out. Another parajumbles sentence ordering. I believe done, students. So I'm scrolling down for the next one. Question number 2. Oh, again a passage, a new passage. Please read the passage, and two questions will be there. You need to answer that. I believe you have read the passage. Scrolling down for the questions now. Check for question number 2 and 3. Few more questions are there related to the passage. Check this. Question number 4. So I'll be little faster because I want to finish this set. 24 questions are there in this set. I believe you are done with this. Scrolling down, last question from the passage. Now look for the other question. Okay, this is the last part. I believe you have read. Check the questions now, student. Question 6 as well as 7. I believe done by now. Scrolling down for the next questions. Check for question number 8 and 9 because they are related with the passage. That's the reason. Scrolling down for question number 10. Now, this is again asking about question 10 is telling you to revise the thing that is given already, and this is a repeated one. So, quickly have a look, write down your choice. You already finished it in first set, it was asked. And also focus for question number 10, 11. Not use informal language. Means it is asking for the formal word. Alright, I'm scrolling down for the next question, which is again a parajumble one. Check this out. Alright, moving ahead. Check for question number 13. The appropriate prepositions you have to keep for the given sentence. Fill in the blanks. I hope done. Moving ahead, check for question number 14. Again, same, similar kind of fill in the blank, the who's who kind of. And also simultaneously check for question number 14, which asks you for the error. Where is the error? You need to identify that. Moving down for the next question, 16, which speaks about your parajumble. So read S1 and then figure out for S2 and S3. Alright, I hope you are done with this. Scrolling down for question number 17. So this is little different. I mean, it's again a clause test only, but an interesting kind of topic. Done, students? Moving forward, Question number 18. Again, so some error is there in this statement. I'll highlight the statement. This is also a repeated question. Check for question number 19. So the part is not mentioned actually. The exotic remedies for some illness have been from generation to generation in the tribe. Right. So here some gap will be there. Probably it's not very clearly mentioned. I think it's here only. Yes. So you have to fill this gap. Moving to question number 20 now. Clause test again. Find the right sequence for this. Moving to question number 21, students. Again, a clause test. So it says that there is one statement which you actually may not need, right? Still not coming up. So some sentences are missing from the text. I hope this works. I believe done. So scrolling down, check for question number 22, which is again you need to identify the error here. All right, moving down next. Oh, so this is your question number 23, clause test again. And this is the last one, question number 24. Again, it's bit lengthy. Clause test. This is a repeated one, I think. Fighting pollution. No, 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 it's not repeated. So we'll start answering from this part, from question 24. Okay. I believe done now. Shall I start? So for question number 27, 24, starting from this, your option is, the correct option is A. The first blank will have A as your answer. So before, however, providers and all about that Disney thing, it is common knowledge that Disney is behind classics like Beauty and the Beast and The Lion King. So this gives more information, provides more information about Disney, and therefore, what is basically Disney all into. So that is what is the right part. A should come there, followed by 2B. Second blank will have B, which is, there's also a seemingly endless web of companies, properties, holdings. So that part comes uh, as your B. C says Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, reopen the park July. So this is not actually uh, coming up with this A or B statement. I mean, the first and the second blank related. This is not completely relatable with the context which the previous statements and the succeeding statements are talking about. That's the reason why A, option A, first blank A and second blank B is your right choice. Okay. Moving further to the next question. Again, a clause test for question number 23. The right option is option A. Again, A and B. Here also A and B. The first blank, they confer and confirm identity, express emotion, communicate meaning, perform distinctive. Right? So, first blank will have perform distinctive functions. Sorry. Our faces are the most distinctive part of our visual body, so it's the prominent part, that's what it wants to say. And the second blank, functioning part, talks about your B, which is your plane. So perform plane functions necessary to be, plane functions necessary for life and enable. So your option A, first blank A and second blank B is the right answer. Moving to question number 22. Error over here is whatever she said in her defense was not taken seriously by the investigation authorities. No error. So this is completely correct. Grammatically correct statement. No error is your right option. B. 22B is the right choice. Moving to this clausal test again. Oops. One second. Huh? Here, option A is the right one for this lengthy clause. What happens in the first option A means your first blank will have C, enzymes, proteins that are key components in chemical reactions within the human body. This part will come under your first blank. CNN, and according to CNN dash, in reducing enzymes and proteins are play a important role in reducing. This will be your first blank, and the second blank will be your 2A. This says that the researchers who had already engineered an enzyme, so the first altered enzyme, so first altered means it talks about some kind of transformation, some kind of rediscovery kind of thing, and I mean discovery or research kind of thing, and therefore the researchers. So this part will be your appropriate for your blank number 2. Therefore question A, option A, C and A are the appropriate points. Moving to question number 20. So again, here you have to find out the appropriate verb form that is there. The right answer for this is option C. Option C means first blank will have your 1C. 1C, which talks about recycles, leaching into groundwater and surface water, and recycles animal wastes, recycles animal wastes. And then your second one will talk about your 2C. So both the thing is option C again. 2C, these benefits are counterbalanced, right? Counterbalanced by higher food cost for consumers and generally lower yields. So this is your counterbalance, means they keep balancing each other. So your 20, the right option is C. Moving to question number 19. 19, the right option is A, handed down. The exotic remedies for some illness have been handed down from generation to generation in the tribe. It is something that is passing on, right? From, I mean, it's a succession process. That's the reason why down part will come, handed down. Just a second, I have doubt in this. Yes, handed down is only the right option, student. I was having little doubt with handed over. It's handed down because it's talking about generation to generation word is mentioned. No, that's the reason. Fine. Let's move further to question number 18. Again, this is a repeated one. stuck a bell, we don't say stuck a bell, it's ring a bell, rung a bell, right, like that, right? So stuck a bell is the wrong option, C is the wrong option over here. This one was a repeated one. Moving to next question number 17. 17, the right option for both the blanks. Number one blank will have one B. So C option is your right choice over here. C says the first blank will be a B. The fresh air and other healthful benefits, that part comes under your first blank. And the second blank talks about your 2A. Second blank will be A, volunteers are welcome, because these two are relatable to each other. The preceding and the succeeding statements, they give value and carry additional informations relevant for the above and below statements. That's the reason why option C is the correct one. First statement B, second blank will have A. Moving further, clause test. Sorry, this is parajumbles, sentence ordering. Option D is the right one here. So let's investigate quickly. COVID-19 spreads mainly among people who are in close contact within about 6 feet for a prolonged period. So this gives me the idea that this is a general topic which speaks about COVID-19 and how it is. I mean, the basic theme lies here. Whereas S4 talks, since people can spread the virus before they can get. So this talks about the how this can be, like, I mean, how this can be further um, proliferate, right? So what are there in your remaining statement? PQR, social distancing is especially important for people who are at higher risk. This is what it speaks about. Whereas your Q says that spread happens when an infected person coughs, sneezes, okay, and R says that the droplets can also be inhaled into lungs. So what we find here is that first it talks about the general output, general information about COVID, followed by, somehow we see that this statement Q, this gives more value to what is written in statement 1. Therefore Q comes next as my statement 2, followed by your statement R. What does R speaks? R speaks that particular, that droplets, infected droplets, they are the cause, they are inhaled into the lungs and then people get infected, right? So my R option is statement 3, because that gives more importance, and that's the reason why statement 4 becomes more valuable, right? So that's the reason why your option D is more appropriate. That is, Q and R is more appropriate choice for SN2, for S2 and S3. Moving further, here you have to find the mistake in question number 15. Just a second. Either Rahul. Yes, this is a mistake of subject verb agreement, student. So you need to pay attention. Either Rahul or Rohit accompany their grandmother. So accompany word will not come here, accompanies, because it talks about either Rahul or Rohit, indicating either of the two, right? So this becomes a singular subject, and therefore singular form of verb will come, which is accompanies, right? The verb subject verb agreement talks about when the subject or the noun or pronoun is singular, singular form of verb will come. When the when the subject form is plural, then verb form will be plural. Now the mistake that happens by most of us is we consider if the noun is plural, then what happens, then the plural form of verb will have s, which is not true. The plural form of verb will be without s or es, just the opposite of noun. This is the first rule of subject verb agreement, that if noun or pronoun is in their singular form, means without s or es, that means your verb form will be also without, will be with s and es, whereas the plural form of noun or pronoun will end with s and es, but the plural form of verb will not end with s and es. For example, we say he runs, we don't say he run, right? He is the subject here, runs is the verb, and both are in singular form, right? And if I say they run, I don't write they runs, right? They is the plural form of the subject, run is the plural form of the verb. So that's the reason why here either Rahul or Rohit, so either of them talks about the singular form of the subject. Accompany is again a plural form of verb, therefore singular form of verb has to come here, which is accompanies. Next, moving to the next one. I mean, so your statement number, um, the statement one is actually A is wrong here. Okay. Let's move further for the other one. So the security guard here option is whose. The security guard, the security guard whose leave ended, right? So this is a form I told you, WHOS apostrophe S. In that form, instead of writing in that form, the examiner wrote in this form. So it's a whose leave ended 2 days, right? So option A is the right one here, whose leave ended in ended 2 days ago. So option 14 A is the right one. Moving to next one, 13. 13, the right choice is C, which says while MSME are waiting for the release of around rupees 5 lakh, right? So option C is the right one. Moving to this parajumble, again I'm quickly telling you the answer because we hardly have time now. Option D is the right one, student. By now you must have learned to investigate why you are choosing. So for this option D, which says your Q and P, that is the right option for this question number 12. Okay, moving to question number 11 now. So for question 11, option A is the right one. Informal. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. All the words here, sincerely apologize, oversight, these all are highly polite and formal words, professional words. I was at the fair. Now this is again the repeated one, and the right, but the options are here changed, and the right option is A. The options they have changed as per the previous one. I got lost at the fair and was scared. This is your right answer. Right. Moving to question 9. Question 9, the right answer is C. This is again related to the passage, I think. Yes. Sonar technology is the right option. Moving to question number 8. Option C, portions of an ancient city. That is the right option for question 8. Option C is the right option. Moving to question number 7. See the similarities of all the points are actually related to the relevant Titanic point only. But here option number A is the right, because it is asking the significant information. So you have to give the significant information which is broken from the middle. That is broken into two parts. That was the significant discovery. Let's move to question number 6. Option is B. ask question, develop hypothesis. This is the right option. Question 6, the right option is option B. And then moving to question number 5. Question 5, the right option here is again your option C. Burgeoning. Burgeoning is the right option. Please check the meaning once. I'm not very familiar with this word actually. I have to check for the meaning. And let's move to question number 4 now. Question 4, the right word is A. The birds' songs became louder and brighter. Better. That is your right choice. The result of Durberry and her companions. That is the right choice is A. Moving to question number 3. Question 3, the right option is B. It impacted the about the pandemic on sparrows. Right? The thing was about sparrows. And then question number 2, the right option is C. They help the male secure their territory. This is the right one. What purpose do the calls of birds serve? Male secure their territory. And then Parajumble again for question number 1. The right choice here is your option D, which is PQ. By now you have to analyze how we are selecting P and Q. Read all the statement and find the most comfortable one, the most convenient, which justifies the previously mentioned statement and the preceding statement, right? The successor and the preceding thing. So you need to identify that, and based on that you have to put. So again you can see here the first statement talks about the major noun as well as the central theme. So the part which describes it more will be your second statement, which is actually P, followed by, if you see statement 4, this gives more input about the visitors and all. And if you see question statement Q here, Q also relates to the